All right. Oh, crap. Actually, I gotta be back in a minute. I'm really biffing today, ain't I? Okay, let's do this. Um, pull up chat. Hey, Gip Doug. How you doing? All right. So, today is going to be the day that I finish up this farm on Survival's server. And I should be able to get this one done fairly quickly, I think. Shouldn't be difficult to build. The only reason I didn't get that one done was because I had to do a lot of resource mining off screen. So I'll just have to. So I've already gotten all the resources I really need for this. In fact, I got way more than I actually need. So everything should work out. Yeah, yeah, everything should work out. Yeah, no, I have all the resources I need for this, except maybe the glass, but I could just not use glass. Yeah, look at those chickens. They're just sitting there waiting to be smothered when they grow up. Anyways, so the farm I'm going to make is a zombie mob farm because I found what was it? I found a zombie zombie what do you call it, spawner. So it'll be good to find that out and I can get some experience from that. Though, and of course it'll also give me like a bunch of like rotten flesh that I can sell, and that's just money. Will I use it much? Eh, not really. The question is, uh, dripstone. I'm gonna test if dripstone can kill a zombie and still drop its loot. Because that would be good to know. Uh, actually, you know what? I'll do this. Uh, oh, I can't. But I can do it on. Okay, it's fine. I just need to. What's gonna be my friend? I guess. Actually, can items go through? No, can't. That's unfortunate. Oh well, it's not terrible change or anything. So I guess that works out. need to change it from shins. Set it to easy. Just to make sure that zombies just don't start spawn. That huge amount of monsters don't spawn.
Set it to peaceful again when I'm done.
Because I don't want a creeper to just start blowing shit up. The little terrorists that they are. Let me see. So that's horse spawning. That's interesting. Anyways. Okay. Well, they take damage. However, I didn't drop them from far enough. So, did he? Did. So, if I drop, three, should get about 3 in here. Interesting. Some even dropped experience. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's set it to peaceful again. Don't need the chicken egg anymore. Keep this stuff except for that chicken. Rotten flesh. If I do a 9x9 grid, so 1, 2. I'm gonna do this, then do a 9x9 grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then I think that's right. Actually, why don't we just search up how these zombie spawners work? Spawn radius. A block horizontal and a 4 block vertical area. 9x9 by 9 cube. Okay, so I was right. Alright, cool. My instincts are awesome. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the wireframe itself is about the radius that I need it to be. Okay. Currently, I'm just doing this in order to. That's 4. Okay, I think I need to move this one out. One more. Yeah, and then let's just do the. That way we're just working. We're not having to do some mental math, so we'll just work within the block and not as the block. I think that'll be easier in overall design. 3, 4, 3, 4, 3. Do, 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 do. And I think overall that's generally how people work with this kind of stuff. So that's what I'm gonna do. All right, cool. Then essentially it'll be in the middle, so 4 in the center. Mob spawners here. Then 4 up, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going to worry about completing the other sides because that's not important. Instead, the idea is to design the room to be about this dimension. Okay. Now what will happen is that we don't want them to spawn on top because then they're not going to move and they won't be tempted to unless we put trapdoors on the sides. But I don't know how that'll affect spawn rates and thus not important. Get rid of these. Alright, get rid of these. That looks about right in terms of dimensions. Obviously, they're not going to be able to spawn on half blocks or invalid blocks like leaves, which I think are transparent blocks, is the other category.
Which means that the only place they can really spawn are down here.
Because if we imagine it, there's just going to be a roof that's above here. So, as long as we make sure that any antechamber that's off to the side is outside of this radius. So it needs to be above this, such that there's a block here or some kind of block that's there. Or we need to make sure that it's just out here. So it can't be here, it has to be here or further. If I'm reading this right. So that should be good. So in that case, why don't we just do okay. It would be nice to make a spider farm. That would be nice. So then I can get all the string I want. But I'm not too worried about getting a spider farm. After all, I think a gunpowder farm would be far more worth my time. Especially since the only reason I'd need string for is, I think, bows for dispensers. But I could just buy those. That's the benefit of having an awesome economy. Just buy it. So there's a few different ways we could do this. We could just have them all flow into one thing, or we could all have them flow into the center. I don't think it matters either way. Uh, I think, to be honest, I think having them flow into the center would be just logistically better because then they would go here, here. They could all spawn straight in the middle and just actually no, because then they're gonna if they come into the center and there are multiple of them, they'll start blocking each other. So now we have to do it this way. Okay, cool. Glad I figured that out now before I decide to be dumb. I think tick affects spawn rate, but I'm not too sure about that. But either way, it particularly doesn't matter. Okay, don't need that spawner anymore. Hopper, chest. Chest I'll put here. Yeah, I'll put a hopper here, then a mud block on top because it seems to be an invalid block, which is weird. But I guess that's the difference between Bedrock and Java Edition, unless they also change that in Bedrock. But I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Either way, going to put some glass in here so I can just make sure everything's working and diagnose it. Honestly means I could just put the chest here, just to make it look nice. Okay. Trap door. Supposed to go here. Okay. Okay. Probably run this experiment at night so that I don't have to build up all the walls. I can just put invalid spawning places on top. That way I can just keep accessing the interior and make it look kind of nice while I'm building it. It would be nice to, it'd be nice if they were mineable so that I could just put them all together.
Just move them into places I want them. But, it's not too far from the village.
But it is a little bit of an inconvenience. But, I suppose having these things just mineable would be kind of broken. Okay. Time, set, night. And then, oh yeah, I need the zombie egg. Oh, I don't think that's going to kill the zombie. I just want to get the spawning working. I can move how far down that goes. Wow, I need to be within 16. Did I make it too far? 3, 4. Just not spawning. That's why. I'll put it on hard. Okay. I was concerned. Oh. Well, I just need to be within 16 blocks of it. Which I think it's a 16 block radius. Yeah, okay. A fall of 16 blocks will kill a zombie. So let's just make sure this is 16. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that means I need to be this high. Okay. But I'll be within there. Okay. It's not really spawning while I'm down here. Okay. In that case, I will build sort of observation station here instead. Okay. Then what I'll do, and this will have kind of like, so kind of lead me to the surface. So kind of where I dug out. I guess I'll just have to push that back because I dug out straight from the wall. The interior should be fine actually, because I need to expand the room. So yeah, that should work out actually. I don't foresee too many issues with that. Sure. The interior on them. Now just crouch. Cool. Based on what I'm seeing so far. Guess that doesn't really help. Doesn't really matter. Can I make it into an XP farm? Yeah. It would actually be pretty easy. All I have to do is change those. Then if I want to turn the spawner off, why don't I make a redstone lamp? A lever in here. Connect it up with some redstone. What I should see is... Oh, I won't be able to use it. I already have a redstone lamp in my inventory. Slabs. Whatever I'm going to use for building. Oh, that was the input. Okay.
So we do this.
This will prevent mobs from spawning. The lever back in here. Switch it on. Cool.
They should no longer be able to spawn.
That way. Okay. What do I make redstone lamps? It's just redstone and glowstone, right? Yeah. Okay, that's doable. I think that's really doable. Alright. I would like them to be more symmetric. So,
It doesn't seem like they're spawning.
So if I turn, it off, they start to spawn. Awesome. I could actually automate this using a toggle.
So let's say that I walk out.
Then it would toggle the lights on, and I would be able to move away. I come back, I land on pressure plate, and it turns it on. So I think I'm going to do that because that just sounds like fun. You know, it. This series is about building redstone and contraptions and everything else like that and farms. So to waste all of this good potential on not doing that, it's just dumb. It's just not even. It's supposed to be fun and interesting and not just and not boring. It's fun. Yeah, I do that. Actually, no, I don't like the way that looks. I like the way that looks though. However, I want to add doors to make it look consistent, which means I actually need to add an implicit
Redstone line into it.
which I think if I do this, it will not do that. It won't. Okay, that does make things a little more not fun. So I guess I could actually I'll push the redstone back a little bit because yeah, it would be nice to have more room up here. Okay, so if I do that, then what I can do is have the lever be right here. Then I can have this go here, which will turn on implicitly another block. Yeah. Then this redstone line will act like this. I suppose I could do a block update uh, system, and that might actually be interesting to implement. Uh, so why don't we do a little bit of research on that? I don't think that's going to be something I want to do at the moment. Doing. Okay. Then, this will come all the way down to here. So the idea will be that this
Does that.
um, that does that. Okay. What that does is now oh, I could really engineer this. Okay. Yeah. I have an idea. So, what we're going to do down here is things are going to get very interesting. So, up here we have a lever to turn on the lights. The lights, just are turned on. I'll switch this to be a target block. That way I can put the trap doors on it. They can't spawn the trap doors, so that should be good. Okay, so yeah, so this is likely going to be covered in a wall, so it's not particularly going to be seen. The only thing that will be seen is this. In that case, if we do that, that's going to be covered by a wall. I think, yeah, I kind of like that. So what if I use the copper ones? And it'll likely be covered in, sides will likely be covered in stone and not wood. So let's test out how it works with wood, stone.
Yeah, I am going to design some more interesting elements.
So because Aiden wants to see how we can implement like redstone and like really simple builds like this. Like this farm is hopefully going to be as aesthetically pleasing as it is practical.
Uh,
Instead, I do. I'm gonna dump that. Actually, this. Yeah. So I do it this on this side. It's gonna be a block here, a block there, block there. See how it looks inside of here. Yeah. I think that looks good. So, okay. So this drops down there. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get that little design element kind of like figured out. So the entire wall here is going to be most likely stone. Uh, Either that or it's going to be uh, whatever else is down there. But I think the copper contrast actually. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit into design and the full redstone of it, but it's because I want to give Aiden some interesting ideas. I'm not too concerned about the practicality side of that right now. As to be honest, I'm probably not going to use this farm much, simply because it's going to be very isolated from my other farms. Ooh, that actually looks nice. Though it's a little bit too deep. Uh, Instead, I do it like this. That would be ideal. I widen the top, widen the bottom. Yeah. Though that's gonna start interfering with the mob farm, and if they're not spawning, then that's not good. If like they're stuck up here, then that's not good. So they does need to stay. That'll be fine. If I do it like this, not like that, and if I do it like that, there we go. I think simplest is best, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I think zipless works best. So that works out. Anyways, let's see. So down here is going to be a bubble elevator. So I need magma blocks and soul sand, which I have both currently, so it's well within my design parameters. So, yeah, is to have these like this. So, I have piston, because I don't have sticky pistons, but I have pistons. I have a lot of pistons at the moment. So if I do this, then the idea will be to change them. So since I'll start up there, this redstone signal should only activate that piston. Okay. So I can send down a redstone signal all the way down, which will cause this piston to engage. If I am down here and I step on the appropriate pressure plate, it'll change it. Uh, going to give it a little bit of a design element. I wonder if there's like a copper fence or something. There's copper bars. That should be good, actually. Yeah. Eventually they'll turn green, and I think that'll be interesting. It'll kind of show its age, but I'll get wax eventually. I mean, it's not going to be crazy. So now I need a sign. I already have one. I haven't really been using signs for anything. So, that can go away now. Ooh, what I can do is add a water bucket. Yeah. So, how do I want to do this, right? So I'll come down, it'll be like this. I'll have access to everything except for directly the redstone. I want to parse a signal here. So I want let's see. So that'll change that. Anyways, so I want a pressure plate. I'll make it stone. That way it'll kind of blend in with the flooring a bit. So we don't need that, don't need that anymore, don't need that. Alright, cool. So it'll now go like this. When I press this, one, it should activate this piston. If I activate the one up there, it should activate that one. I could just give them a direct redstone lines. I think it'd be interesting to design a logic gate. Is it necessary? Probably not, but I think it would be cool. So, what kind of logic gate would I want actually? An OR gate? No, an OR gate would say that either it would be true, which would mean that a piston would engage. So the real question is, what am I trying to accomplish with the redstone? Am I trying to keep it as minimal as possible? Or am I trying to do something a little extra? It would be nice to keep it as minimal as possible. So if I press this one, it should activate the bubble elevator. If I press on this one, it should activate the magma. And I don't have to worry about getting them mixed up because they won't change unless you want them to. But okay. What I could do is create a sort of AND gate so that the pistons don't activate unless both conditions are true, such as there being an object here and button being pressed up there. So what I would have to do is, conceptually, is there's not really an easy way to detect objects that are already stationary. Instead, I would have to do kind of, okay, let's work that out. So if I have this here, pistons, that, let's say I have two observers like this. Okay. So if, oh, okay, what I see is, okay, when I press the button, the idea is to prevent the piston from engaging. Okay. So it's like this. Then what will happen is both of them will engage. It will detect that. It will detect that both are engaged, and thus a signal has been toggled, which means dropper will negate. Toggle dropper, which I put incorrectly, and that is that. Anyways, I needed to move it, so it's fine. This one goes like that. This one goes like that. This goes like this. And then an item goes in here. I'll put a torch. Comparator goes in here. Comparator goes out. I'll stretch and compress this as much as I can. So I would then need to create an AND gate here, which means that if a pulse has been detected by both, then this is true. Then the block has been successfully moved. But let's see if that's true by using an unmovable object like obsidian, right? So if I do this, neither activate. Okay, just realized a fault. So soul sand, magma cube. Okay, so we have these objects like this. I don't know why I'm setting that out first. I need to figure this out first. So that goes like that. That goes like that. All right. So all three activate when that happens. Then that resets. All three activate when that happens. So that resets. So it still activates all three, which is odd. Which is to actually be expected. If I exclude the middle one, what happens? Okay, let's watch that other one carefully. Okay, both do activate. In that case, what if we just change the direction of how things are going? So that moves that like that. That will move that system like that. Okay. It's not exactly ideal. And we're starting to get into sticky piston territory. Okay. So that would mean that what I would need is a piston here and a piston there, a piston there. Okay. This is starting to get interesting. In that case, actually, so okay. Okay. Starting to get somewhere with this. Okay. So if I try to push this, it should be invalid. So I need to make sure that these don't move. Okay, so now if I try to power that piston, it doesn't work. But if I try to power this one, it works.
those two activate. Well, this one is activating on its own because it's just not. Oh, we did this. Okay. Okay, we're getting interesting with the redstone. That's certainly true. Well, I'm going to be testing this up here, so I'm going to put these up here. Okay, so that's where that is. So these represent the magma. So right now our map looks like this, and then our soul sand currently looks like this. And then this one just doesn't exist because there's no piston to push it that way. Okay. So that does that, and we get no signal with that. Okay, cool. So, okay, this tells us uh, if we get two signals, so we'll say two signals, then the magma block has moved into or out of position. Okay, so say 0, 1. Okay, that's cool. If it's 0, 0, then the system hasn't changed. So if 0, 0, then no change. And then if it's 0, 1, no change, 0, 0, no change. And then if it's 1, 1, then it's change. Okay, that makes sense. So now if we kind of help visualize our system a bit, we have the pressure plate down below. Then we have our pressure plate up above. What we want is for this pressure plate to go out and press this one. Okay, it'll toggle it. And it'll do a double pulse. And that'll be good. Yeah. So the actual action will do a double pulse at the end. That's cool. Okay, that should be good. I don't think that's a great idea, actually. That's what we're trying to. So that's block updates. Let's see. I do have another idea. That is okay. Piston. There it is. This. Soul sand. That. Honestly, I think this over engineering is a bit yikes. Uh, so honestly, I'm still trying to justify it. So I think do is have that pressure plate there. Then what will happen is where it is right here. There's no sensitive redstone below. So there's something that I want to do. So if I do uh, if I use a cobblestone wall or any other kind of wall, I should be able to do something like this. Uh, okay. Water is certainly something I'm going to have to put in at the end. I placed it in the wrong spot. That's okay. That water messed me up. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of it. Okay. Okay, so put this here, put that there, put that there. And if I put this wall up like this, okay. So if I put this wall up like this, what I should see is a good amount is the center should flatten out. Awesome. It does. Then when it's like that, cool. This will allow me to hide it kind of as like a design element too. So if I do that, then that kind of hides the piston as well. Not really hide the piston, but it does kind of make the piston a more design-ish looking element instead of something that's part of the build. Well, something as part of the build and not something as not part of it. So I think that's a good approach. So I'll put this like this, create some gaps here, but not in the other one. Kind of looks like broken down and busted up. Uh, slab, if I get a cobblestone slab, I don't have moss, so I can't use mossy stuff, otherwise I would. Wall's definitely better there. I think that's fine. I don't know if we're breaking that kind of. No, no, yeah. It's just.
That's going to have to do it.
No, most of this will be practically hidden, so it'll be underground. But it is interesting. Then what I do is this pressure plate should activate a redstone signal. So I will need it to
Activate a trap door.
which will send an instantaneous signal down. Okay. And I think that will work. Now I need a pressure plate. Test it. Awesome. That'll work. I need it to be here. So will it work there? Don't think so. Won't. Okay. And I take a look-sees around. Okay.
If I drop this down
By 1. Okay. Then what I can do is I could set an observer. I don't know if I want to use an observer. I think so, because what it'll do is it'll kind of hide itself a little bit if I use the right side. Okay, I remember it being a little more discreet, but I do it like I do want it to rotate, but oh well. That should work. Damn. Okay.
Hmm.
And if I remember from yesterday, that doesn't work. But it doesn't instead, all it has to do, do an block update. Which could be passed on to an observer, which could turn on a stone line, which passes down to this is the most jank redstone. Oh, okay. Then, out of curiosity, could I detect that instead? Where's my lamp? Oh, it's right there. Okay, doesn't work like that. Instead, if I do that, I'm pretty sure that should work. Right, no, it creates the, so I can't be in front of it. Instead it has to be actually below it. Okay. Then I can pass it through the back. Should work, right? Where's my copper? Okay. Well, I just need to see if it works. So all I have to do is mirror it, so it's not crazy for me. Okay, so that should work in theory. But that's just the theory. And it does. So it is a double pulse. Which means if I add a little bit of delay, to delay, that should just create it into a single pulse. Oh. Okay. 4 should be enough. I don't want to create. Hmm. Okay. So it does create a double pulse, and I don't like that. Uh, Honestly, if I hit this in the back, it would probably be better hidden. So actually, I'll redesign this so it's just more. So I can actually just better hide it. Uh, so if I look at some trap doors. Anyways, so if that does that, that's fine. Then actually, okay, so if I do signs now, on put two in like that. No, okay, interesting. Okay, so I'll put like a slab. If I put a slab like that and put the pressure plate back down, I think that should be good. Because then I can just come out like that. Okay. And yeah, what I could do is for down, it's meat room. Uh, if I do that, I think that's good.
So I think that's good for that. In terms of design,
I don't think water will destroy that. Okay, cool.
okay, so that works out.
However, it keeps double pulsing. I don't like that. Is it gonna hurt anything? No, but it's not something I like. Uh, so instead, it's okay. Actually, I create a switching exclusive ore. And yeah, and I might actually be able to get rid of that using a fairly simple system. Tried adding resistance, and that didn't really help too much. I had to travel through. Uh, so input 1 comes in from here. Input 2 comes in from there. So actually, it's the timing that close enough to do that. Okay, it's detecting 2 changes. So I only wanted to detect 1. Okay.
I could add a timing circuit, which would stop it. Uh,
I think that's not the best way to go about it. Uh, Instead, we use a system for block updates. That's not actually. I feel like I'm close to solving the problem. I just need to think a little bit more clearly. So let's work things out. Okay. So what we have is an observer that is detecting something input signal. Have an object here that's
something we can't really.
move or change. So instead, what do, do so post this twice, 1 and then 2. So when it does that, what I want it to do is engage that light, but only momentarily. and then it will, the second pulse not, so it'll kind of redirect. Which I could use the little flip-flop that we designed a bit the other day. So, okay, so we use this design, this lever. So if we use this, it flips it. Doesn't? It doesn't flip it. So, one signal comes in, it turns on the piston. How does it behave with stone pressure plate? Okay. Okay. So, if I go from this, place this redstone here, keep that redstone there. And the idea will be, let's place our angle over here. So, its standard state will be off, which is what we want. Then when we have a system go like that, we'll do that. So, now let's set up a piston, well not a piston, but a server, which will detect that. Okay, that's really fast. Okay. Okay. Is that turning off properly? Okay. Cool. Okay. Then what we can do is we can interrupt the circuit when it turns off. And that allows us to use the second pulse to uninterrupt the circuit. Okay. So its standard state is red. So if I use a redstone block, actually, if I just use a target block, wait, if I flip these and then just use a comparator, what would happen? Because I can just flip that signal pretty easily. So either way, doesn't matter. So if I have this like this, that going in like that, then its standard state is that. Now, if I do this, interesting. Huh, okay. So if I use that to hold it, a bit longer. Okay, that's not right. Okay. Okay, that is Interesting, but unsurprising. Let's go back to the uninitiated state. So, parallel circuits is the general idea behind it. By doing that, what we should be able to do is take a piston. If this is already in on state and we want the first signal to go through, then as long as the timing is correct, it will go through. Break that. That's right. I need a passive redstone component that allows current to go through, so a target block would do it. And if I do that, do that, that, that. Okay. And it's definitely acting first. So if I do that, let's test this component. Okay. If we use a T flip-flop, but for this we'll use a bulb. Does a redstone signal go through when you pass a current through it? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, that sucks. It's not a direct signal. Just wish I could use wait. What if I just use a T flip flop? Okay. Is there anything I don't need? Inventory, probably those. I already have that set up, so I don't need it. I'll keep that. I don't need that stuff. So I need droppers, hoppers. There. Do that. That feeds into that. That feeds into that. That feeds into that. Okay. Yeah. Like that should just then reset it, right? God, I'm an idiot. isn't that working? Oh wait, I think it is working. It's just working really fast. Okay. Hmm. So we set up a similar circuit as to that, using an server to show that. And I think it does work. It does. This just doesn't output fast enough of a signal. Ah ha ha! Okay. Right away. Oh, right. It's not strong. Okay. Okay. Let's reset that. Yes. Oh my god, am I stupid? All right. So just a simple T flip flop. That's all I needed. I didn't think that was actually gonna work. That was my issue. I should stop thinking things and just trust. Just trust. Okay. Uh T flip flop. Put that in there. Load it up with some kind of item. Hello all. I hope you're enjoying. Today is I guess a bit of a slow start to be honest. Uh so it's been about almost 2 hours and I'm still designing my second redstone farm. Uh this one is a zombie trap spawner that I found in my world. So I'm kind of designing a whole farm that has like some kind of redstone component to it. Uh, and I'll probably be showing it to Aiden tomorrow, because he wants to make contraptions like these that have like practical purposes and everything. So I'm making these kinds of redstone contraptions. Today we played a little bit. Earlier today we played a little bit with these kind of like sending down like signals, and he had a hard time trying to, I guess, figure out like really when he's going to use something like this. And I figured out that hey, yeah, this is how you can use it. Uh, in general, though, this is this is how I'm going to be using it. Okay, that should be good. Comparator, repeater. Okay, so it is working because the design should be fine. So if I just delay that a little bit. Okay, so the delay worked. Awesome. Okay, now I just need to transmit this signal downwards. If I do that, do this redstone. use this torch. Then when a redstone signal comes into this block here, okay, I just created a self-burning redstone clock, and that's not ideal. But I have learned, yes, this generally works. So if I use glass here instead, I should be able to alternate this down. And that should work. It does. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. And it fits behind a wall, for the most part, except for that one observer. But I wasn't trying very hard to hide it. Actually, no, it's actually really hidden, actually, because of the design. I do this because that's going to be underground, so I don't make sure that it can't be pushed for some reason. Then you can probably put like carpet or something down there. Anyways, so that should work for that part of it. Next will be this one. Do that. Reset it. Let's make sure that the other one works properly. And only one piston pushed. Okay. Yep. So I think I saw that one go up twice. So if I make it 3, actually, does it still work? So I want to differentiate the timing as much as possible. Okay, yeah, it works. Okay, 3 or 4 works. 3 I think is better because the timing between the circuits is a little bit more. So this has more time to cycle through. So I think that's a good timing. Now it's up for this circuit. So when we get out, okay, when we get out, we want that to occur. Okay. However, when we're up here, we want it to switch. I can actually put in water now. I might have the blocks in backwards. So sand. Yeah. So we push this one. Soul sand activates. We push the one above. That activates. So let's go ahead and give that a good test. I had them in backwards, and that would have been awkward. Okay. out. Looks nice. Okay, so I guess let's look at the timing a bit. Oh yeah, that's fast. Okay, I think Aiden's really gonna like this. This is actually really cool, and I do enjoy it. Uh, oh yeah, the green kind of. Yeah. All right. I think the more faded ones looks a little bit better than just the green. But either way, it does look cool. So now that we got that circuit done, we just need another one of those down here on top of this block. Goes a redstone signal. A redstone. Trust time set day. Okay. Goes here. Goes there. Actually, you know what? If I set this redstone to be like that, then all I need to do is let's get this not the dispenser, the dropper. Because that redstone should activate. Okay, let's make sure that's true. I'm pretty sure it is. It should activate the block below it so that something compared can be put in. Yeah, but I think you can also put a repeater. So I think that's the cheaper of the options. Delay it, I think by 3 would be good. Do that. Put one item in. And then a hopper above it. I think that goes like that. That will go like that. I will activate that. Actually, I want to make this as compressed as possible. Is, you know, why I'm hesitating a lot. Glass. I need glass there. So it's not activating any kind of like redstone line. And so that it doesn't deactivate the hop or anything. I think that's good. So I'm gonna open this up so that when I design it, I don't forget about the torch that's underneath. uh, because it is really easy for me to forget about torches. Then I will need to make sure that I actually put an item into the T flip flop. I did. Okay. one's still activated. That's why it broke. Okay. So that should work like that. Okay. I can see how doing that can be pretty problematic. Um, if I surround it with things like this, those open when I do that. Okay. What kind of items can you interact with passively that can send a redstone signal? If we do fence gate, uh, okay. But if you do this, that's fine. Do that, that's fine. Right? Yeah. Okay. So it's only when you do that, which means sending multiple redstone signals through, breaks it. Okay. However, I wire this comparator through. So, okay, let's think about this. All right, cool. Let's make a fail-safe system, right? So, we will simulate it jamming simply by putting in one of those. So now we want to get this signal out. So we want this signal out. And we want to feed it back in. If it is such that this is true and this is true, then we want it to be false. We want it to be true. Right? So we create an AND gate. I think that makes a clock. Let's test that. So, okay, never mind. That's just that solves that problem, I think. Right? So if we do piston instead, okay, that just breaks into redstone. That's cool. We use a piston. Do this. I'm an idiot. Don't worry about it. Okay. does what it's supposed to. This prevents uh, the double ticking, right? So it prevents it from double ticking and keeps from doing that. All right, that's cool. But what we could also do is create a true false circuit too here. So this is if there is a block here, right? No, no, because there will always be a block here because it will then push this side and then there will be a different block there. So that's not going to work. And it's not easy to, I don't think I can detect whether or not there's a block here through updates because this piston will cause an update. So that's not going to work. So I think this system overall is pretty great, and I think it works really well for our purposes. If we only had this one item, I think we could create a true false gate that determines if this block is here, meaning that it's not in near the activation piston, then it'll keep this line on. And I think what that'll do is it'll prevent any other signal from coming in and changing the system. So if we do that and we try to use this, it doesn't do anything. Whereas, but we also want it to not activate the piston. So we would have to push this out a little bit for our test. So I'll push this out more, put that there, put that there. I'm just showing a prototype design, I guess. So if there is a block here, then you would cycle it into one of these guys. Because either it's there or it gets there. So so that's what this would mean. It's there or not there. It would then, if it is there, then you would have it be a constant value. I torch into a torch. Out of curiosity, what if I do this? Huh. Okay. Well, it acts like a normal block. Anyways, so it'll turn it off. It'll turn it off after setting in one of those at that condition. So we'll have it jam that, but then it would turn off this. So it would not allow this signal to be constant anymore. So if I do this, then if I compare it to the signal aforementioned, I put in exclusive OR. So if that's on and that's on, then it will not pass. Okay. So do this. Pass this through the system.
down.
Don't think that exclusive OR is working. So it's passing as a because it's redstone. Yeah. Okay. So I think if I turn it into target blocks, works. No. I need to make sure that it's not being directly passed like that. That'll prevent it from going through. Or I need to make sure that it's passing through correctly, because I should see an output signal of 0. Right. That doesn't send a redstone signal down. That just doesn't do that.
Okay. And then if it's interrupted or it's just doesn't exist at all, then that works. That works. Awesome. And now passes through. Okay. Yeah, that's actually really cool. That's actually a really cool redstone circuit. So if I were to completely build it out, it would uh, allow for double clicks. It would detect whether or not a block exists there, and if it does, then it sends this true false this signal through, and it tells the piston, "Hey, you can't move," because there's no point in doing so because you're not going to do anything. If you're using a sticky piston, problem would the problem would be solved because all you would really need to do is just make sure that it doesn't double extend. So, yeah, I think this is like a really cool like mental exercise to understand how we can interconnect these circuits. Now, am I going to implement this full design into the build? No. Um, that would be insane, and I'm not sure how I would reduce this to be within a good footprint of the design. I suppose I have this entire area here for the footprint of the design, but either way, uh, for our purposes, the only thing we need is this redundant circuit. And anyways, yeah. So essentially, that would just do that, which would create that signal. So yeah, it's really actually a lot of redundancy. Uh, I can't turn that off. Okay, yeah. Anyways, sorry, I was getting, I keep getting distracted because this is actually a really cool circuit that I didn't think I would be making today, and I really do want to make it into the build.
Uh, so I guess I'll talk to Aiden about it tomorrow, and it would actually be a really good exercise for us to figure it out. Uh, and I think he would have a lot of fun with it. To be fair, I had a lot of fun with it, and I and he's more of an adventurer type, so I'm not sure how how much he'll want to do it, but I find it interesting and fun, and the only thing I would need to really build up is this circuit here. Uh, but I think that's fun. Anyways, so all I need now is the redundancy circuit that creates a clock. That creates a redstone signal out of the block. So if it's a solid signal, it comes back through. In that case, what I will do is change this out with a comparator. Put a redstone repeater here. That way, it's always going to be greater than the other signal. That should be less by 1, maybe. So if we do that, that'll be 15. That's 15. Okay, it's not killing the circuit. Oh, I don't need a comparator. I just need to connect it. Right? So if I turn that off like that, then it fixes itself. Because what it does is, uh, it then okay, so what it does is when the circuit is no longer powered, it's in this dropper. So when it is powered, it's in this dropper, stuck here. Normally, this would be turned off if you're doing the trying to break it on purpose with the pressure plate, but um, this is a more extreme example. So what we should see is that when I turn off this power source, there still should be a redstone signal that kind of clocks through and clears it. Okay. Why did it work before? Is it because it was indirect? I see. Okay. So I power it on like that. Then I allow the system to turn off. What I need, I think, is a one-tick system. So if that goes like that, then if I do this, turn it off. Okay, that didn't help. It's when I update it that occurs. Okay. I don't think that will ever exist with this system. Is it being in a equilibrium? Uh, then I wonder. change this to a comparator, then put it into equilibrium, what happens? So it's in equilibrium, it's not doing anything. Then if I do this, that doesn't work. So instead, I need it to be greater than, oh, I just need it to be greater than 7. So if I do this, 14 and 12, okay, I think that works. So if I do this, oh, now it's flocked. That's interesting. Okay. 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 I'm really messing with this system, alright. Alright. I'm really abusing it. I have to, okay. Put in equilibrium. We see that everything's in equilibrium. It's 14 and 15 there. Okay. Now, if we turn this off, what we should see is that it's not updating is the thing. Okay. So if it's not update, if the issue is that it's not updating, then that's not going to be an issue with pressure plates because they're always updating. So that's fine. So I think the redstone circuit will work perfectly fine and it would never see an issue. Yeah, see. So all you have to worry about is not using it. Don't use a lever. uh, Not to mention, I don't think you want to use a lever every time you enter and exit this thing. I think you just want to just enter and exit, just go through it, not worry about anything like that. So I think overall this is just a better design. Uh, then what I need to do with this one is exactly the same thing. Create a block that goes out like that, then use a transparent one so that it doesn't go down. Actually, hold on. If I do this, I'm sorry. I really tried stuff here. I really want to see if I can get a lever to work with this. If I do this, put in equilibrium. Oh, okay. So that means if I turn that off, holy shit, I did it. It actually works like that. Okay, so let's get it set into the other position then. Okay. Then, if I turn on this lever, then turn it off, it works. Okay. Now, let's see if it works with either. So that's correct. Holy shit. Is that even necessary over there? Because if it's in kind of like an on state there. All it needs to do is just detect whether that output's true and then just try to say it's false, right? Because I think that's all it's... Nope, that is a clock. Okay, then in that case, yeah, that's... Where are my building blocks? Okay. Well, I created a clock. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, in that case, yeah. So I need that to be like that. And I need that to go like that. All right. Now I just need to test things. Okay. This one's walking up. So it just never powered the bottom. Why is that still being powered? So that goes down through there and it powers that block. That's why. Okay, that needs to be glass. Then this needs to go like that, and that can go like that, that. And then it should be resetting, right? Uh, so that powers that. That checks if that is true. So if the signal in there is greater, okay. So that will always output a greater signal, meaning that it needs to kill it. But I think it needs a delay. That way, it doesn't feed back like that. Except it is, because this is still being powered. What is powering this? That's supposed to power that. That's supposed to power that. I did that. That'll fix it. That creates a clock. See. Okay. It's because of the implicit powering of this block that drives that one to not be a clock, I think. If I do this, that one's in its steady state. should be like that. And if I do this, I think what that redstone torch does is it detects an update, stops it.
Oh, okay.
Hmm? How is that being powered? This one, this block. Okay,
So,
right? No? Okay, I didn't unpower it. That's still powered. Okay, in that case, if I do this, maybe it'll fix it. Did I? I don't think I need this torch. That's not gonna. I don't think that's doing anything. Okay.
okay.
I think if I do that, that way it only flows in one direction. Oh, okay.
So that goes through. It's supposed to go through.
That prevents it from going over there. Is it because there's not enough delay? Might be. So, in that case, instead I do. I think that's going to work. Okay, it's turned it into a clock. But that is an interesting application of this circuit. Uh, let's see. Since that was working like that, I need to reset it. Then so that works. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So if I put this in here, it just clocks in through once. There's no comparison circuits. And I don't think I need that redstone up there. No, I don't. Okay. So what's starting to make sense? So an update occurs, it sends a signal through. Signal then gets pushed through, and then it outputs into the piston, and then it also sends a redstone signal back to the beginning. Okay. And then because of the timing, uh, the what is it? The pressure plate, by the time it reaches back, also triggers again, thus causing the circuit to continue. And then if the redstone dust is stuck in here, then a signal is being pushed through. Okay. And then because it uses this system, we can't, I guess, no, it should be able to if we just apply a we apply this and see if it works. Okay, it's stuck. Okay. Because there's no comparison system. It's now looping through. Okay. I will be right back, guys. Back chat. Okay, what are we doing? I don't think I fully silenced my mic, but here we are. But that's okay. Everything's fine. Everything's gonna be okay. Because that's how things are. Oh, I see. Now I understand why this is happening. Actually, not really. So it's not these blocks. Doubt it's this block. Comparator. It's definitely this one. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Hmm. So we do this. See, it gets stuck. Because of the timing, I think. So if we do this, then do this, do this, creates a clock again. So why isn't this one become a clock? It's not really activating that. Okay, what if we do an implicit powering? Do that. that. And okay, what if this instead? So that comes out. This. Instead, we output this. We power it through there. That. Did that. So. I see. Okay. Wait. Let me think about this. Okay. So what we have is a redstone signal that goes here, right? So what happens is, so I guess let's build that out. This. So starting from here. Times that day. So we have one block and then the hopper and the T switch. So let's do that, 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 then the hopper. So we have this all in line with the system. What we should be able to find. So now then. It's this. All right. So if we have that in there, then okay, actually, if I rotate them into different directions, then how can I play this? So I need to put this here. That way I can see how things are going. So if I set up an exclusive OR gate for God knows why, I think I need to bring it forward a bit. This needs to go here. That goes there. That goes there. That does not go there. Okay. Sure. Power this off, then it sends a redstone signal out. This then can activate the piston, right? Should be able to. Where is it? Where did I put the piston? Why am I blind? Okay. Okay. So turn it on, piston turns off. Okay. Now, don't worry, I'm going to simplify the system eventually. I don't want it to move backwards because I can't have it do that. So eventually when it turns off, it will decay before it gets there. Okay. So it's on. Piston's not doing anything. That's fine. It's off. Piston's doing something, which is not ideal. On. It's stuck. Awesome. That's what we want to see. And then when it's not stuck, it does that. Holy shit, did I actually... Wait. Alright. Now. Okay. Okay. So if I now put on a pressure plate, does it work? You know. Crap. Now it's double feeding. Which means I'm just not connecting the right circuit. Right? Holy crap. Holy crap. I actually did it. I designed the circuit that works for this. Why does this one work, but not the other one? Oh, because it's implicitly... Oh, did I actually make an impromptu kind of... Did I make an implicit exclusive OR gate? Because... I don't know. It's gotta be because of the numbers here, right? Okay. Let's look at those real quick. So, what I'm seeing is that this is at 15. Okay, that makes sense because that's the source here. That gives it a source of 15. It's going upstream at 8 and 7. 8 is turning off this dropper because it's only outputting a redstone signal of 1. Okay, this isn't doing anything to this system right there directly, except for the fact that this 15 is now powering this uh, repeater through the block. Okay, so I'm going to see if that general design, if that works as a general design, or if it's just because the numbers are interesting. Uh, because I need to know that information if I'm going to keep using that kind of circuit. Put that in there. Comparator, repeater, and what? There's a block here that's has a repeater going out of it. So the numbers are going to be slightly different. As we can see, these numbers generally are going to be a bit the same from what I can see, yep, but this one here is not. So if we change that, how does that change this system? It still works. Okay. If we change this as well, how does it fare? Okay, it works. Oh, wait. Is that why that wasn't working? Okay, let me try something here. Let me check something here. The repeater. Okay. So, this one's not powered, that one's not powered. It looks practically identical until we turn this off. What? What? Why does it work now? What the fuck? Does that mean that this XOR gate is redundant? Okay. Now I'm trying to break it to see how if it. Okay. I guess. Oh, I even had that one. Okay. 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 Well, since those systems appear to be working, let's make sure that is. Okay. So, water elevator works. Blasts me up. And then it brings me. So it works. And then it changes that. Oh my god. Okay, it works. Oh my god. Holy shit, I have to piss. Oh my god. It works. I don't understand why. Actually, I do. So, it's not even... What? Oh my god, it's self... What? It self-corrects? What? I don't... Okay. Yeah, it's... Holy shit, it's a self-correcting T flip-flop that powers a piston. Okay, so we do this. Holy shit. Holy shit. I am a god. I am a redstone god. Holy shit. Oh god. Oh my... I did it. It works. It works correctly too. It all works. It's spam proof. It just works. The only thing it's missing is the kill circuit when you already press it and it just and it, oh man. Yeah. That's just... I think that I think I would need to create a RAM, sort of 1 bit of RAM to do that. And I'm gonna, you know what? I might do that. Uh, so, uh, 1 bit memory. I only need 1 bit of, and it looks exactly like you would build it in circuitry. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about SR latches. To NOR gauge. Okay. So, oh, what I could do is, uh, All it needs to do is remember the previous one, right? The previous input. That's all I needed to do. If I get it to remember the previous input, I can then compare that against the next input. So, if let's say I start with this one, it then turns into that. So, what I need it to do is, uh, let's say the dropper is my memory, right? I have a, so I need to feed into this memory bank for, I'm going to create this generally wide line to indicate that it's going to accept all inputs, but it could be at any of these points. So what I needed to do is I need to feed it into this memory bank, right? So 1 bit of memory I think should be enough. Uh, so either a true or a false. So it just needs to remember which one it is. So I would say like 0 is that one is that one. So I just need to feed it into the memory bank where we have one input that is up, one input that is down. So if I press this one and it goes into the memory bank and it remembers that uh, the previous one was this, so it was this one, then it would be false. It wouldn't activate the piston. Uh, Whereas if the memory bank remembers it as this one, then uh, but this is my input. So let's represent that. And then what we'll do is this. So we have our input, it goes into here, and then let's say that that's true, then it activates it. So yeah, I think that will work. So how do I want to do that? How I build this memory gate is a bit odd. I am really putting off putting on the like building the other farms in survival. I don't know why, but I just really want to do this because I think it would be really cool for Aiden. But anyways, so what I'll do is I already have the inputs here. We've built this so far is what we've built, and that's that stuff over there. It's spam proof. It only accepts one input at a time, so we're good. Uh, if I need to, I can redirect all the memory into the bank here, like this entire area, so that's still within the footprint of the build. Uh, and I think that's okay. How I'm going to get it wired in there is beyond. Oh wait, no, it's wired right here, so that should be. Yeah, that should be doable. Okay, so I need to learn how to make 1 bit of memory in Minecraft. So that means that okay, so this is what we're looking at. This resists flow, so we don't want any flow between them. So we'll do this. Yeah, see, and then this goes like that. Okay. Anyways. Okay, so what kind of memory are we dealing with here? Uh, so we need to make a table of trues and falses. I think uh, red wool or wool, then green wool. Okay. So one has to represent the top one, and then the other has to represent the bottom one. Okay. So I'm looking at my own at a little table here for some divide. So uh okay. So if we have this let's say we do the example we're talking about where that has been pressed, then this one has not been pressed. Uh, Actually, how do we want to think about that? Okay, okay. So, okay, we're getting into some really difficult territory. So we'll do this. I'll put a repeater here, put a repeater here to remind myself that this is going to be powered by true-false statements. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I need a memory circuit between here and my inputs. Okay. So if this one's true, then I need it to remember that. So, and I think, yeah, that would just be an RS NOR latch, right? Which just, or rather, it might be just a sequence of RS NOR latches. So if we have this here, the simplest case of RS NOR latch is as such. It's a redstone, goes in through here, and then it goes in through here. Okay, and then that goes like that, then that goes like that. This is like the general case for an RS NOR latch. It remembers that, and if we try to press this again, it does nothing. Wait, is it literally just an RS NOR latch? So I press this, press it again, it does nothing. And then it goes there. So I press this one, it for some reason is activating the other piston. Okay. I'm jumping the gun a little bit. Okay. So we get that. Okay. It properly flips, it's an RS NOR latch, nothing too revolutionary. Now, if I set these up into sequence where it now remembers that state through a second series of NOR latches, what I can do is set up that input Okay, well, I struggled a little bit to make that one, but it works now. So now what happens is if I do this, put an input into here, that does nothing because it's not to set up. Put a redstone signal through there. Now to activate that one. Didn't flip it. That to go like that. If I do that, it's supposed to. Interesting. Is this one working just in general? Okay, it is. Uh, do this. What happens? Okay. Now it's created a interesting result. If I do this, okay, does that. Which means that this is a dual storage system. It is now storing 2 bits of information. One. Okay. Interesting. Either way, not what I'm looking for, but that is an interesting result. I don't know why that's not flipping. Don't know. Okay. Maybe if we try with do that, alternating to the other, into the other. Then this one should flip, right? So we do that, does that, does that. Okay, now it's properly working. So, press this one, it does nothing. It's already unpowered. We press this one, it does that, and it does nothing to that one because it's not being powered anymore. So it's going to remember that input. And if we power this one again, it does nothing. So it is remembering our original input. So no matter how much we press this, it's not going to do anything. As no matter how much we press this, it's not going to do anything. So it is remembering this here. Okay. That's actually really cool. Okay. So what we have just created is a partial bit of memory, I think. So it's remembering whether or not one bit of information is being stored. So I'm sure we could create a random generation of memory by setting up a clock and then just setting that up between these two. And I think that's actually a really cool idea for a mini game. Anyways, uh, so now that we've saved that, we now need a second bit. So I'm going to store that on a different layer. And what we're going to do is the same thing here. So, but this is going to remember the other output. So I'm going to have it exactly like the one below. So that should be accessing the other one. So if I take the output of this one from here and set it up to access this one back here, then what it should do is remember that button press. If I try to press this one, it accesses that one. If I press this one, it accesses this one. Okay. Now, okay. So what we have just done is created our uh, basic configuration for what is considered to be uh, the top one and the bottom one. Oh, am I dropping? Where's my phone just being weird? Might just be my phone. I'm gonna be checking that real quick. It just might be my internet being weird now. Is it the stream? I can see the chat fine. Says it's recording still. No dropped frames. Okay. It says it's fine. Okay. So now we know that this is the right one. This one's the left one. Right? Yep. So now we know that information. So now that we have these stored values, let's try to feed it into a new system, a new Snorlash. Right? So okay. Anyways, uh, hmm, which means I think we can get rid of this. Get rid of this. So now we can decouple these now that we understand the system. So I think if we use I'm going to minimize the footprint at the moment. That way I can better see the system. All right. So when I press this, and I have already pressed this, then I need it to feed into here. Right? And then this one will feed into the other one. So that means that I now need to compare the two outputs. Okay, I think the phone version is just being weird, maybe. Not sure, but I'll just keep it up for the chat. So, okay. Piston. Give myself some more room so I can play around. Okay. Okay. So I press this, it changes to this output. If that is true, wait, hold on. I think I need a T flip-flop somewhere. So, actually, if I put it in sequence in a particular way, I might be able to get around that issue. That's okay. Then that one connects to that one. And then, right, I should be using target blocks. Okay. So if that one connects to that one, change it for the stone torch. Change it. There we go. However, this one, okay, cool. It's now in the correct orientation. So if I do that, and then I make myself some room, that one. So, all right, I press this one, does nothing. Press it again, does nothing. Press this one, changes. Press it again, does nothing. Does nothing. Okay, I might have connected the wrong parts. Give it a bit more room. Okay, I keep getting tempted to use that, so I'm going to do that and then put these all together. So, I want to go there, do that, do that, and I'll do that. That way, get each of these correctly connected. Except that wrong again. So those are input spots. These are output spots. Except that incorrectly again. Okay. press that one, it activates this one, touches that one, except, oh, okay, I have close. Oh, that counts as going. Remembers that. Okay. And then that goes like that goes like that goes like that goes like that. Okay. This can go like that, and this can go into there. Yeah. So I press this input. That corner is all colored up. I press this input. The other corner is colored up. All I'm doing is feeding the same information. And again, I think that's problematic because it's not truly saving anything. Instead, what I do is create a circuit like that, create an exclusive or out of these, maybe. So I think this is where my gate's going to be. Then if I build up this configuration to a 3x3, so that tells us that information, that tells us that information. There. Okay, now we have those like that. So that represents that, that represents that. Thus, if I press this again, what it's supposed to do is compare this output to that input, right? So I need to, I think, start assigning values to these. Right? Well, no, essentially what I'm creating is a memory circuit. If I press this twice or infinitely many times, then it only engages once. If I press this infinitely many times, it only engages once until that's pressed. So, this is our basic memory circuit, right? These are holding our values for these. So these hold our values. So when we press this, it comes out, and we need to remember that we pressed it once. Okay. It then goes into the NOR latch. I think that's right. Because this switches which value is which, and it says that if I press this as many times as I want, it's not going to do anything else other than output that redstone. Okay, got feature 1 done. Okay. Now, we have this like that. Now I need to think of how I'm going to put this into getting out appropriate redstone. Okay. The piston, that one, and then the piston for this one. Okay. So when I press this once, it should let's reset this. Okay, so when I press this once, it will engage this piston. Right. Okay. Which means I only want it to do that once. Which means I don't want to build up the whole dispenser one, so I'll just use a bulb this time around. Which allows me to see it. Which then turns it off again. So it's going to turn itself off again. Okay. So comparator. So it turns on, and it turns the piston on. Okay. I had to get that ironed out. So that does that. And I do this. Okay. Then if I do this, and do what I built before. Okay. So that didn't work, which is unfortunate. Okay. So it sends a signal. It's remembering that I pressed this button. And then what's going to happen is that a redstone signal is going to be sent out. Then if I press the other button, that redstone signal is still going out. But if I do some fancy little fun stuff here, you stupid fucking frog. Get off my... No, don't go towards my button. There. Okay. So, go up like this, around. Okay. Then, it will toggle it off for this one. So, see. There. Okay. So if I press this a bunch of times, it doesn't allow it. Then if I toggle this, it switches off that one. And then we have a bulb. Oops. That goes over here, takes an output, does that, and it will take in input from over there. I think it's going to be this one here. That's cutting that off. Oh, no, no. Okay, then this one should be off the moment. Right. Yep. So that turns that one on. Never turns on again. Okay. Then this one has to receive an input from here. Ooh. So then this one also feeds over here into there. Then this one goes out like that. Goes up, up. Yeah, okay. I just had to calibrate it, which means if I press this one, it doesn't do anything until I switch it. So I can press it as many times as I want. Then, if I press this one, that activates. I can press this as many times as I want. But, nothing. I can just do that. Holy shit. I just created RAM memory. Fuck. That's crazy. Okay. So, I just created RAM memory. That's cool. Fantastic. Um, and I don't think it's gonna fuck up the timing either. Because the circuits are so long. But I'm going to test that now. With not copper bulbs, but rather normal lamps. That I will be able to see and not. Oh, there is overlap. That's not good. Can't have that. Uh, okay. So I need to figure out what's causing the delay. Okay, so that causes that. That has to transmit, and then that goes there. Now one. So that's four. That's four. They're about the same time, except the fact that this one's a bit longer. If I press on this one, goes from there to there. Mm. What's the chance through there? Okay. Might help if I try to compress the design in general. So, we have this, 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 and then the result. I have resulting output. Okay. This one, this feeds back into it. feeds into that. That goes into that. Okay. That feeds through. All this redstone line is doing is updating after it sees a change here. Right? So I'm gonna build it in the same configuration over there. That way I can just better parse. So that's all that's doing. So right now I have them crossing each other. It's not ideal. So instead, doing these, why don't I get out some observers? Wait, it's going to detect them being off too, so that's not going to work. So this one goes to that one, so it's crisscross. That one goes to that one. That one goes to that one. So that goes like that. That goes like that. Okay. In that case, I just need to flip the inputs, maybe. That way, this one goes to this one, and that one goes to that one. Yeah, that works. Which means that the input signal would then be longer than the output. Yeah, so this corner would then go over there. That corner would then go over there. Yeah, okay, so this one over there. And this one there. And this one because if I'm flipping those, then it's the opposite. Yeah, okay. If I flip that, whoops, it's the copper bulb. Then I do this. So I'll have configured a little bit differently. Hopefully I didn't botch up the wiring, but so the idea would then be the left one goes right. And the right one goes left. Actually, yeah. So if I have them go up, uh, so left one goes right. So it kind of goes like this, then like this. Kind of goes up. Kind of goes like this, and then he goes like this. Except then it goes like that. Oh, of course. Of course, you just wanna make me suffer, don't you? Okay. Get off my damn circuits. Alright. Uh, so that has redstone going in it. That has redstone going in it. Okay, they're not switching. Which is odd. Should be. Hmm. Instead, I move this one into the air. I think that will work better. Get out! Jeez. So, this one is like this. which I could just use a okay. So I think that's cleaner. Okay. And these stay on the ground. So the left goes to the right, goes to the left. Start with the easy one. Dude, why do you keep coming back? Anyways, let's see. Not even sure if this version of the circuit will work. Oh, stop. The torch is too close. Oh, wait, it's supposed to be taking that output. Okay, that works. Somehow. And that's not supposed to do that. Okay, that's how that works. Yeah. That's okay. Let's see. So it is properly switching. Okay. Okay, the left one's on. Right one's on. When that turns on, that's no longer C. Okay. Yo. No, I haven't been going for 8 hours. I've only been going for 4 hours. I took a break in between. Dude, you're gonna you're you're gonna love what I've built so far. Uh I have built something that I think you like. Where you would you sent me straight ice. That's are you threatening me, boy? Okay, so that does that. Interesting. Okay, they're both off. One. Okay, now they're both on. I don't want them to be both on. It's remembering something it's not supposed to. It's there. That's right. Okay, so this is interesting. So that does that. Okay. That one didn't work. That's unfortunate, but this one seems to work. It's just timing issue. Uh, and yeah. Oh God, this part of it is just very extra. I don't have to have this component, but I really want it. It's really cool. So I press this button, it turns on that right one, but I press it again, it doesn't do anything. Oh my God, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. But I press this right one, it does something. But if I press it again, it does nothing. Why does it do nothing, horse? Why does it do nothing? Well, that's because there's something going RS Norwatch. So it just remembers just one input at a time. And that's interesting to me. It's very interesting. It's very computer sciencey. But anyways, so yeah, the issue is just the timing of these. It's just so much overlap. Actually, what if I delay the input, but not the output? 4. Whoops. That will need to be ignited. Awesome. Okay, does nothing. And what? Why is it doing that? Oh my god, I could turn. What? What? The fuck did I just create? Did I just create? Okay, so is that really the difference between those circuits? It's just timing. Okay, there. That should fix the issue. Doesn't do anything. Good. Comes in, powering that, and then it powers that. Now I have to reset it. Which one's the powered one? That one? Okay. There. That should fix that. Uh, okay. If I do this. Okay. Then this. So, left to right seems okay. Right to left is not okay. Um, that means that this signal that turns this on a bit longer, which makes sense. It is. So this turns it off. So the turn off mechanism is longer than the turn on mechanism for the bulb. So if we delay it, much. It's okay. It's supposed to be on. This one is not. Alright, to do that, I'm going to set up the piston system and then I'm going to actually determine what I am going to do with that. Alright, piston. Then magma. Then soul sand. So magma, soul sand. That one. Okay. I do the same thing down here. That way I can just see if things work out. Oh yeah, I should probably put up diagnostic lights. There. Should work. So it's not going to do anything. That's as expected. Then that. Okay. So left pushes it, and then right isn't pushing it because of the delay here. So if I give it its own greater delay, so let's try 4 and 1. Nothing breaks when I do this. Okay. And that one does that. Okay, that seems fine. That's not fine. Seems fine. Okay. So that direction seems okay. Yeah, most likely. Uh, one seems to be doing fine one way, then the other way isn't doing it correctly. It's mostly just timing. Timing is off, but the system works. So it is pretty cool. But okay. So Let's just oh, why are both of those doing that? The only one that should be open is this one. So, okay. Oh, oh. You were saying? Yeah, shit. What's going on? Son of a bitch, get off my... What? Fine. The fuck you mean? Okay. Okay. So left. Right. Oh my god! Alright. So, now... Fuck. Okay, this is going to get interesting. Okay. So... Oh man, I have to build that entire system. Hell, I gotta compress the shit out of it. Or I do that, actually. Let me think. Hmm. Okay. Where is comparators? That goes in, that goes in, that goes out. What if I build them on top of each other? Will that allow me to compress it into a smaller scale? Will it be easier to build in survival? Oh god, no. But it being compressed is much better than it not. Not to mention, I get to see how they work in parallel a lot better. See? Okay. That's measuring one of these systems is up and one of them is down. So that's, I'm going to make the output red. So this is output. This is output. Okay. Now, I'm going to put the door latch like this. I think it's best. So redstone like that, redstone like that. Then a torch. Okay. Ooh, that might not be good, or maybe it might. So that one connects to the far side. Okay, that might actually be good then. Okay. Whoops. Yeah. There. Oh, that's gonna power that block, and that's gonna power that. Okay. You know what? I'll just move it. I think I'll put it here. It should be far enough. 6. Then I'm gonna put that there, put that there, that there, that there, that there, that there. Okay. Except that can't go down. Instead, I could shorten the length simply by doing. Don't have to worry as much about there. Okay, that shortens that circuit. I think that's right, right? So that goes to the. So the on one goes to the off one. Yes. Okay. There. Okay. Now I need to. Now I'm going to isolate this like a circuit. And I do that. Mm. Place glass here. That there. That there. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so that's holy shit. Oh man, this is certainly an ugly little system, ain't it? All right. And this one connects there, so it does that. Okay. I think that's right. Right. Nope, it doesn't. Plus, put a block like that. Put a block like that. And if I turn that off, okay. Okay. Then what I do is this one's off, so I connect it to the on one, which turns that off, which turns this on, which goes to the on circuit. Just fucking barely. Shit. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Okay, I need a target block that. Okay. Then sure. Wait. Go down. Actually, use servers. Doesn't matter how many pulses I use. I'll just circuit everything upwards. Then let's see. Okay, then that faces like that. Glass instead. Let's see. So this one is on. Okay. Maybe do this. This one's the one that's powered on. This one's the one that's powered off. Oh, forgot to do that. Can an observer power a target? I suppose that is the question I am facing now. Can. Okay. Why isn't it? There's a torch attached to it. Okay. Lock with a torch on it. So it's not being locked. So, okay. There's something implicitly changing it. Doing that one. Okay. Might be too short of a pulse. Now, do this. Just turned it to a clock for some reason. Something is implicitly powering something it's not supposed to. It's this. It was. Okay. So I can't have it go into the torch. Okay, that is good information now. Okay, now I just need to rebuild the system so that it accepts that. I thought it was weird that when you accept observers, when all it is a pulse. Okay, so that should work now. Should work now. That should work now. That should work now. that. Real spot for that except for at the top. Shit, I'm breaking the circuit. That's not good. Okay. I don't think you can power that like that. So that. Okay, so I have to do that. Mm-hmm. That should work. Then happens is do. Right. Oh, that's why. Okay. Cool. is. Do. Okay. If yes. Ah, fuck. Okay. Sweetness. All right. That goes there. Then goes. Okay. Now I think the only circuit that's broken was this one, and then looks like the top one was the only one that was broken. That goes up the side. Yeah, that's connected to that. Okay. Okay. God, I can actually feel this circuit now. I'm like a fucking brain or something. Okay, now I gotta figure out which one this one goes to, and which one that goes to. So that is going on the currently. Oh wait, actually, yeah, I forgot I can do this. No. What is powering this? That. That is what powering that. It's still powering that. Just do this. Okay. So I fixed that part of the circuit. that's cool and all. I imagine there are better ways of doing this than using Dreadstone lines. I can open this up here. That stays. So that one goes on to the on one. This one goes on to the off one. Which I can take the off signal from that, turn it into an on signal. Then this one goes to the on one. So that goes off and then on. Now, okay, it's supposed to work like that. It's not turning this one on. So that one seems to work fine. I see. Okay. So it is working, just not correctly. Goes down, goes up, through. So it sends the signal through. So it just needs a little bit of a delay, I think. There we go. Right. So it's the right one to delay. I think it's this one that needs a delay. seems to work fine. That one does not. Delay both then. So, yep. That one turns that one off. Okay. It's just the timing. The issue is here. Okay. Why is it doing here? These are off. There we go. Press that. Does nothing. Good. Press that. Does a thing it's not supposed to do. That's not interacting. Might be interacting. No. Oh, so it is these torch towers. Okay. That case, what if we build them? Doesn't work. Okay. Oh, both of those circuits are not supposed to be on at the moment. This one is supposed to be on at the moment, so this is the correct one. Okay, so okay, I have learned a valuable lesson about torch towers. then let's put that to the wrong one. Instead, this one goes to the center. That one. And I turn that off like that. And this one goes to the dead side. An easy place. Hmm. Wait, I could just build this like that. Okay. Didn't change anything. Okay. Also didn't change it. Switched correctly. It's supposed to be like that. Then this one is supposed to be like that. Why isn't it powering it? Do that. Do that. Should turn it off. Okay. Something weird about this circuit. configurations before we do. Okay. Okay. So, fuck. Let's look at it carefully. In the right configuration. So, go left. Nothing changes. Go right. Stays on because that's powered and that's still powered. I think if I create a greater delay. It's nothing. Good. Right. So if we do, why don't we just do 2 ticks each? Circuitry systems don't like 1 tick stuff, if I remember correctly. So if we add all of that 2 tick stuff correctly, it's off, then it'll turn on. Then add 1 tick. Didn't do anything. Now it should turn off. Doesn't. Okay, so that's keeping it. And then reset that back to 1. System. Okay, turns on fine. C.
Okay, this is a lot of mindless. Does it mean that they're just one tick off? Those are exactly the same then, because it's just doing off and on, off and on. Oh my god. Oh, my phone just died without me realizing it, but that's fine. Let's. Okay, well, that sucks. Oh well. So, schedules with that one and that one. Okay, down to square one. God, just. It's just these two. Why are they in sync? Much in sync. So. What's happening? So while it's powered, it's while it's powered, it can't do
see the delay is also what's making this go wrong. Okay, so that goes up. That goes into there. It's this circuit. It's not responsive enough. It should be slightly more responsive. Okay. I block the input more. That. And okay. So I don't think these are good at what I'm trying to accomplish. Okay. Okay. Considering that the circuit is backwards at the moment. God damn it. Slightly out of sync. See that one side is faster than the other. It's really fast. That's slow. Come on. Let's see. Is the bottom circuit also doing the same thing? So it's off when it's supposed to be off, and it's actually okay. See what happens with that.
Correct. All right. All right. That's fine.
It's on when it's supposed to be, and it's on when it's not. So it's the switch off circuit. Let's try without any of those. On, off. Mm, so I think issue with the flow in. Pretty short circuit, so I don't know why that's an issue. Turns on fine, and then it doesn't like to turn off. Uh,
Hmm. Okay. Uh.
bottom one's fixed. Maybe. Let's see. I press this one, it turns off. I press this one, it turns on. I press this one, it turns off. I press this one, it turns on. So the bottom circuit is now fixed. The fuck is wrong with you? Wait. Is it? This one's not giving me a signal. Because it's not wired to the. It's not wired to the correct output. Okay. Press that. That's off. That's supposed to be off. Press this. It's supposed to be off. That's supposed to be on. Okay. Press this.
Holy mother of fucking god! What the fuck is that? Holy shit! I did it! Oh.
Okay. I got the internal circuitry running correctly. Now those are delaying weird. But that's fine. I could just fix that with a few resistors, right? Just some just, you have a system like this where you have I don't know, some pistons and shit, you just gotta get that out there like that. How it is, right? Okay. Target block. Also do this. Target block. This. All I need to do is put 1, 2. Okay. So what? Am I? Okay. So that's right. And then home child is the fact that that's still on when that's turning on. So I off when that's happening. Now I could past patch it. Okay, so it says 12. Well, let's make sure that it's still 11, 12. So, delay of 1. Okay. Yeah. Two, 3. Two. So just putting the delay on the wrong one. Nope. Okay. Fuck. Why don't I reduce the travel time? Hmm? distance is uh looks like it's close. Wait for another tick, maybe. What? What is happening? Is it misfiring for some reason? Okay. No. It's not. Uh, it's not really working, is it? Okay. Okay. Extremely responsive. Hmm. Extends the piston. What if I use more precision instead of constant outputs? Would that work? So, that was not facing. What if I have an idea? Okay. We need some kind of latch. So I think if I use a special little latch, just like this. Let's see. It's for it to continue to go down anyway, so it's not. Okay. So that goes down to that. I do this. Then screw and nail put go. Then what I'll do is I'll put pairs out first. Okay. So the output is then that. Output is oh, I see. Okay. So 13, 14. So if it's output is fewer than quill. then it's not going to be true. It's not going to be true. So, okay. Uh, Actually, I suppose better just to do a true false, maybe. So this kind of chokes out the inconsistency. Then what I would do is this, that, that. What this does is, oh, actually, I can just calibrate it to 12 and 11. But anyways, this does is what I could do is just pass this through here. It's always never going to be true. Okay. Yeah. No, never mind. Just ignore me. 11, 12, 12. It's not 12, then it's not true. And if it's not 12 or more, then it's not true. Yes. Piston. Okay. And that goes like that. That goes like that. Closes that. who's on subtract. Okay, I'm just an idiot. That does that. I wonder if that will work. And it should maybe work. That need that. Pistons are there. Holy fuck, am I the stupidest motherfucker on the planet? Holy shit. I did it. So, guys, I'm an idiot. Absolutely dumb. I wasted all of my time. Fucking project. Damn it. Okay, it works. So, guys, I don't know how many of you are in here at the moment. Why don't we check? Okay, cool. So, why don't we do a little bit of a recap of what I just accomplished? So, I accomplished nothing in survival except for what I did on my own time out of stream. Fantastic. But today we accomplished a zombie spawner, sort of, with some aesthetic to it that has toggleable lights. You can jump down into well, rather, you get floated down into a collection center to get all your rotten flesh. Then, by pressing this, you can get floated back up, so it's completely hands-free. You don't have to touch a thing except for a single chest down at the bottom. So basically we got all the redstone for that done. And then we experimented uh with some memory circuits. Uh More specifically, an application of the RS NOR latch. Uh and then a more uh, layered or compressed version of the RS NOR latch. It could probably be compressed even more uh, with the application of this, being that uh, at the moment, every time you press this button, uh, the the pistons fire. So this RS NOR latch says, "Hey, if it's this system says, hey, if uh, blah blah blah, if I hit this once, then fire the piston once. If I hit it again, then don't fire it again." That's all it says. Uh, and so it does that by kind of remembering what you pressed and then putting out a certain output. So we can see that if I press the downstairs button, it doesn't. Well, this is the upstairs button, technically. So if I press the upstairs button again, uh, I'm still upstairs. It doesn't fire the piston, so it kind of just stays. If I press the downstairs button, then the downstairs is ready. I guess I had that backwards. Now the upstairs, I press the upstairs button and the upstairs doesn't move. So if I press that, I'm down, press the downstairs button, and then if I press the downstairs button again, nothing happens. So what we also did was made these, with these circuits, we made it spam proof simply by making uh, what are they called? T flip flops. We made the T flip flops self-regulating, so if it gets stuck, it flows through it
just resets the
T flip-flop, and the system works normally after that. Which means you can use it with levers, you can use it with buttons, you can use it with just about anything you like, as long as you have the redstone circuitry set up for it. So,
yep. So it's all been, not to mention, all of this redstone can be hidden.
so you can basically just hide it all, and it's not going to change anything. So it's all ready to use and save, and you can get it all built out. Get it all built out.
It's not, and it's not anything super crazy for just this part. To be honest, you don't need that circuitry. Um, but if you're in let's say you're just trying to be very silent, then yeah, you definitely go for this option, and only ever yeah, and only ever use the piston, thus limiting the piston's use. Um, it doesn't use any kind of crazy amount of resources. It's still a lot of resources, but nothing really rare. You can switch these out with the other T flip-flops over there, and that should work perfectly fine. This is where the up dispenser would be, and so you just need to time that with that. So it should be fine. If it's not, then unfortunate. Spent all that time doing nothing. So I guess this would be late game then, but mid to late game. either way. All the designs. This is the first design we went through. Went with the T flip flop here. Then we built off. So something to, I guess, help you understand how this works. I thought about it a lot like circuitry, but of course I had to, ride the line with that. Uh, and it is a very, very thin line in this case, simply because the circuit I'm trying to make looks a bit in terms of pure circuitry, a lot like RAM memory, random access memory. So how it essentially works is that the internal checks, so uh, these checks run across, so they kind of run across from each other and kind of close the gates. So, if I were to draw a circuit diagram, those gates would be transistors, which in this case we're using a T flip flop. So, you'd essentially have your output here. I'll make that just a single block. You have your output here, your output here. Circuitry. Then what you would have is a T flip flop. So I'll put down a dropper for that. T flip flop, T flip flop. So this is the way that you would really be looking at it. And so this is like, let's see, I use this as sort of an idea. So it would go up. I'll put down the base circuitry for that. Then what you would do is you would essentially run into the T flip flop. Then this would run diagonally. This would run cross diagonally.
Uh, I have a feeling there's a better way of representing that. So we're going to use these. So, if I remember correctly, yep. So this is sort of how the circuit diagram works. Uh, so essentially, you send in your input signal. Actually, we're missing one little thing. So, in the middle of this, you have an RS NOR latch. We'll say that is represented by we'll do a redstone circle. So those flow into there, then those flow into there. Yeah, okay. This is essentially what your circuit diagram looks like. So you press this button, it activates the redstone into the RS NOR latch. It then configures it into an RS NOR latch. So I'll have up and down configuration for that. So it goes into this configuration, so it turns on basically this part of it, which then gets routed into here. Then that signal gets routed into the other one. So if this one is turned on, this one is turned off, which makes this signal invalid, which makes this signal into 0. So, and then which turns this one on, which goes into here, turns this on, which turns this on. This is your output, of course. So it's a little bit confusing. It's a little bit of a mess, but that's generally the basic principle behind it. I'm sure there's a better way of doing it, but this has certainly helped with my understanding of redstone that I'm using. Next, I'll just need to finish that in my survival world and then get that started on that. I'm certainly going to put a timer on myself next time I come in here to build the next of this design. And that way I don't fall behind on that. Anyways,